Can stream here. November 25th, Tuesday. We did have some data that came out this morning. PPI data. So PPI data did come in line with expectations. What's really interesting is you did have Bitcoin soften up on the data. It did soften up last night as a whole, but off of the 8:30 data set, BTC did take a little bit of a dip, which is kind of interesting because the dollar also dipped as well. So this is kind of what I've been expecting for the dollars to break out through the 200, retest that daily 200. We're coming right into that daily 200 as we speak. So there could be a little bit of distribution if the Dixie wants to bounce. If it doesn't bounce off the 200, then you're looking at the lower boundary channel here, which is still above 99.50 and change. So again, Bitcoin's still kind of diverging from the US dollar. You would have expected, and I mean, it still could happen, but you would have expected with the dollar falling off of PPI, you know, you would have expected Bitcoin to get a little bit of a bump there. Look at the 10-year yield. 10-year yield is still remaining weak, 4.4%. 2-year yield is down 0.46% on the session. We do have a little bit more data coming out. What time? Still got the consumer sentiment coming out a little bit later, and pending home sales at 10 a.m. And then later in the afternoon, we got some Atlanta Fed GDP, which isn't too bad, but the 5-year note auctions, it can be important for sure. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. Quite a few different earnings as well to discuss. So we'll jump into that momentarily. The one caution here that we have is that NVDA and semis are really getting hit pretty hard right now. Pretty hard. So NVIDIA shares are trading lower after a report indicating Meta may use Google AI chips in its data centers. So now you have all of a sudden companies saying, oh, maybe we'll switch um, from NVIDIA to Google. So that's pretty big news. Switching data chips, data chips. So if we look at things as a whole, Google absolutely blasting off into the stratosphere. I'm going to look at shorting this again with some real size on the day trade scalp short. So Google's a top watch. NVIDIA getting absolutely hit yet again down to that Friday sell-off low, or kind of retesting that lower boundary area. Where I'm looking at, if NVIDIA flushes hard today into this gap fill down here, I would be a buyer. So 171 Pierce, definitely. 171 Pierce, to me, is a very intriguing area, I think. There's going to be definitely some support down there, I think so. So semiconductors are certainly showing a little bit of distribution today. All right, we also have some other earnings. Burlington Stores stock is gapping down. Missing on the revenue there. What else we got? DKS also reported earnings. Stock is under a little bit of pressure. This one I think can fall all the way down to this 194 area, previous gap fill, breakout green bar. So that should still see a little bit more downside coherent, seeing a little bit of softening in price. Oracle seeing a little bit of softening in price. Dell also reported or is reporting earnings. Did they report already? Maybe it's in the afternoon. But Dell is under a little bit of pressure in the pre-market. CRCL still remains weak down here into a big symmetrical move zone, but backing and filling, kind of creating a bit of a base here. Let's look at AMD. AMD softening up again. So you have two massive semiconductors getting hit pretty hard. AVGO still remains resilient up here. AVGO is also diverging from the market. So again, the big news is around NVIDIA, Google. That's kind of what's causing the market to really be in a bit of a transition and rotation mode. People are going to be chasing communication stocks, Google. So, here we have Google closing yesterday at 3.84 trillion, up another, what, 3% or so? Wow. At this rate, Google's going to be looking to knock Apple off the second place. So that's another 110 billion today flowing into Google, bringing it up to about 3.95 trillion. So Google could hit a 4 trillion market cap today. What's Apple right now? Apple's just over 4 trillion. So it's quite crazy, to think Google is now pressing for that second largest spot. That's crazy. All right, let's see what else we got going on. There's also some top gainers, guys, that we'll look at. So KEYS, gapping up, breaking out here, Keysight Technologies, Blockbuster report, breaking out. It looks like it's going to make a new high here, guys, KEYS. Very close to doing so off of its earnings print, but breaking out of a long-term channel with force off its earnings print. We'll see what happens there. Abercrombie and Fitch was getting obliterated heading into its earnings, and then all of a sudden, boom, reports earnings, stocks up double digits. So clearly a decent report there. Alibaba also reports earnings, stock is gapping up to the high side. Let's look at some of these other China names. Pony, Pony, also report earnings, stock is gapping up. So there's definitely some strength in China today. TME. Let's look at Tencent Music. Yeah, Tencent Music also starting to push up here. And this one could be on watch for a swing trade long. It's looking pretty good. KSS squeezing today off of its earnings report. Stock is gapping up to the high side. Now we got to watch to see if it holds these gains, because if it holds these gains, we've got another short 2.0 on Kohl's store. Again, this is not really a long-term play. This is just to get in and out, trade the momentum if it's there, and certainly it's got momentum today. Let's see where we spike to in the pre-market. Yeah, so you're holding near the high of a chart. Quite strong. All right, one of my personal favorites. Guys. Symbotic reports earnings. Stock is into the stratosphere off of its earnings report. Look at that move. What a wonderful gap up for Symbotic. And just to put that in perspective, we went long, started accumulating off that 55.94 area, and just like that, we are up just over 24% on our shares. as of today's gap up. So wonderful job if you caught that trade with us in the investing group. But Symbotic, I like it. I like Symbotic as a whole, guys. If you haven't looked at the company, I suggest doing so. I did do a deep dive analysis and research on one of the monthly stock pick videos. But basically, they're in a whole bunch of the biggest retail and e-commerce businesses, automation, robotic automation. They got huge partnerships with Walmart, Amazon. Their little robots are pretty cool. Natural gas getting absolutely slapped around here, guys. I like it. I like it a lot, down 4.31%. This is the consolidation you need. So this is now on watch for a bit of a scalp long today. Where I would like to see nat gas sweep is this green candle here. So if we can get it to come into this wide range green bar candle, I would consider trading it on the long side. But natural gas certainly coming in. Crude oil, yet again, another day where it doesn't want to hold any sort of positive price action. Continues to remain very, very weak. Very, very weak. So a little bit of distribution, some of your high flyers from yesterday, Big Bear AI taking a little bit of a breather. Bloom Energy this morning after it bounced hard yesterday, taking a little bit of a breather. Zim, so shipping stocks catching a nice bid. Look at Zim, holy moly. What is happening with the shipping land? Are we getting some escalations? Zim Integrated Services are trading higher after the company commenced a strategic review of alternatives. That's it. Zim surges. Alternatives after receiving a preliminary binding proposal to acquire all the company's outstanding shares from President and CEO. Wow. All right, so someone wants to maybe take, good morning, Dom, Zim private, potentially. Hmm, interesting. Very, very interesting. So we got moving today. Let's take a peek. So again, retail stocks are catching a little bit of a bid this morning on the back of the strong reports from Dick's KSS. Lululemon's trying to firm up just a touch. Nike still staying weak. XRT. Yeah, XRT is going to be one of your strongest sectors. So right now you do have the IWM outperforming, guys, and that's part and parcel due to retail stocks, regional banks, and your biotech. So all three of the major components that move the Russell are holding up quite steady. If you look at the IWM is actually green right now, trying to get through that 20-day moving average. Whereas you look at the QQQ, Qs are running into a little bit of resistance here, just shy of that 50-day. So Qs could actually fall all the way back down to the 7-day. We'll just take it candle by candle, but there's definitely some support at that 600.42 area. But it looks like Qs are in for a little bit of vulnerable price action today, especially when you have Microsoft down 0.74%, continues to remain weak. Is it oversold down here? Yes, it is, and you would favor a bounce at some point. Amazon right now is under a little bit of pressure as well. Apple is also down 0.51% in the pre-market. Really, your only bright spots, guys, that we've been discussing is communication. Google ripping, Meta absolutely getting some nice follow through today, and NVDA getting smacked right now, down 4.37%. closing at 182, now down to 174. You also got Tesla under a little bit of pressure after it had a really astonishing gap up move yesterday. So there's definitely some selling under the hood of tech, but we'll have to watch Google as a whole, because if Google starts to give up the goods, then it could be good night. Do the VIX slightly green. Bank stocks are somewhat decent. Wells Fargo's green. Yeah, AMD getting smoked. That's down 6.6%, guys. And that's that's some crazy news with Google and NVIDIA, guys. It's really, really crazy news. The fact that people want to now use or exploring Google chips. Crazy. Netflix slightly negative. JP Morgan's green. SMH down 1.1%. ASML is holding steady, guys. So there's some interesting things happening in the semiconductor market. So if we go to our semiconductor stocks here, there's some interesting rotation trends. So you have NVIDIA down. Let me just clean this chart up here because AMD smoked. Again, AMD, if it sweeps this low, should catch a bit of a bounce. You got Intel under a little bit of pressure. Avgo, Broadcom seeing some strength. Taiwan Semi, a little bit of mixed price action. SMCI is going to get smoked. It's going to be trading with NVIDIA. MU under a little bit of pressure, retesting that 7-day moving average. Okta still remains weak. Ambarella reporting earnings today. Stock is mixed. Skyworks, Qualcomm. Qualcomm's probably going to fall here to at least to its daily 200 moving average. NXPI. So not all semiconductors are getting hurt from that Google news, but there's certainly some important ones getting hurt. This S&PS chart looks really interesting from a long standpoint. Yeah, ARM's gonna get hurt pretty hard here. DKS still. We'll be on watch for a little bit of a long scalp, I think, today. Some more coffee. Ponzi saying markets don't want to give free bull rides. Nope, they don't. Nice performance here for Jumia, JMIA. This stock could see some serious momentum. Jumia consolidating quite nice on your daily and weekly chart, putting in a weekly bull flag that looks like it wants to break here. Today it's trying to break out off a 3-bar surge. Looking pretty decent. Ross Stores is seeing a little bit of sell side, but has had a strong few sessions. Let's look at DHI. So DR Horton No, that's still staying steady. NR still staying steady. PLTR under a little bit of pressure this morning. Hood under a little bit of pressure this morning. Roblox still remains weak. Webull just does not want to hold any gains. Crazy. A lot of volume starting to get traded down here again, but still remains weak, weak, weak. Nice 10-point move on Meta. Good morning, Peter. Check out our quantum names real quick. RGTI under a little bit of pressure. IONQ. Hmm. Trying to pull up my China list. Where is my China list? Yeah, so predominantly most China names are ripping this morning, guys. So I think that C-Web might be on watch here. Let's look at Yang. Yang coming in. Yin. Yin's getting a nice 3-bar surge. 48 looks like a decent area for it. Symbiotic just keeps ripping, guys. Holy moly. SYM can't stop, won't stop. I love it. Absolutely love it. Wow. What a pump there on SYM. Okay, I'm actually going to sell my SYM. This is a crazy move. I'll look to re-enter it a little bit lower. But I'm going to lock in my gains here. Look at that move. So I did sell my SYM there, guys. Locked in 28% gain. 28% gain in the investing trading group. Again, I still like the company, but I mean, damn, it's up almost 30% off of its earnings report. I'll wait for a pullback to get long again. Now we kind of wait for the next pattern to build. You've got a left shoulder established on SYM here. You got a nice defined head. What I think could be building out now after the next maybe week or two is potentially a right shoulder formation. And then we got a really big bullish pattern. So again, I'm all out of my SYM, 28% locked in gains, sold at that double top there. 71.75 I sold at. Wonderful, wonderful day to start there. All right, let's go split screen again. BTC, SPY, I think a couple. You can see SPY getting rejected off of that EMA 113. BTC still remains weak. So again, Google I think is a fade idea. It is coming in from the highs already. It made a high around 332.98, just shy of 333, so it's already pulled back a few dollars here. And then you have NVDA trying to bounce a little bit off of the lows. So those are kind of your two big movers on the session, guys, is NVIDIA and Google. And both are sort of already coming in from the highs here. We'll keep both of those names up. Very, very important. Any of you guys looking at trading anything today specifically? So markets are going to be under a little bit of pressure this morning, guys. Again, I'm going to watch Google and NVDA because those are kind of your big movers. Obviously, what seems to be going on is capitals rotating out of one another and into the other. But if NVIDIA doesn't bounce here and Google starts to sell, this market can definitely be in a little bit of troublesome price action. Dom C is saying he's sitting in Prime, NNE, CD as CDZI, HYMSC, and LAC options. Let's look at LAC real quick, lithium stocks. Yeah, so LAC is still trying to carve out a base here. Uh, Sitting on definitely on a support zone for sure. ALB, okay, interesting. Let's look at Prime, PRME. Yeah, Prime also trying to build a bit of a base down here. Could be forming an inverse head and shoulders. Not a bad setup. Peter's saying W might go for December calls. Let's look at W. Yeah, so wafer is still holding bullish alignment. Yeah, dips can still be bought. You're still above your 7 and 20. I would look for a dip into that 20-day to be defended, but not a bad chart. Let's look at Oscar this morning. Oscar coming in a little bit. Hims. NVO getting a nice bounce. How's UNH doing? UNH still strong. Interesting. Tom Z saying added USAS December 19th options. $5 strikes yesterday. Nice job. Good luck. Wow, nat gas getting absolutely slaughtered right now. Down 5.36% on natural gas. Wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Yeah, we talked about SPY already. You got to watch NVIDIA and Google because that's where the liquidity is flowing into right now and out of. So they're the heartbeat of the market right now. But if we look at the SPY, chart pattern is still okay. You might just go through a little bit of selling. I think the first real area of support is around 666 Pierce that you could potentially buy. 666.30 is your value area high on SPY. You know, you want to see after a big 2-bar move, you want to see a little bit of selling in the morning, and then I think it could set us up for an afternoon push. But it's going to take NVIDIA to bounce and Google to hold its gains. Really, those two stocks right now are kind of dictating where we're going right now. But QQQ is under some pressure because of semiconductors. So you really got to watch semis, you know, between AMD gapping down this morning and NVIDIA gapping down. Even with Google's strength, these two stocks alone are kind of dictating where semiconductors are going. So we all know semis are the most important metric of the market. It's the most saturated. It's where the most liquidity lies. So right now it is hurting the S&P 500 and QQQ. But buyable level on the S&P is probably your first aggressive one is around 666.30-ish to 665.55. So that's at least what I'm looking at. So the market will be okay for a bounce, but if Google sells and NVIDIA doesn't catch any liquidity, then that's a bit of a problem. You can see Google is coming in quite sharply here. Bitcoin trying to catch a little bit of a pop off the lows. You still have your Dixie week, crude oil week. I was looking at CETY. Let's quickly take a peek. Yeah, stock gapping up here, guys. Really strong move. What was that announcement? What's the news on that? Definitely some news. So again, there might be a little bit of a bounce off the open on NVIDIA. It is coming into that daily chart support again. Nice retest of this bottoming wick. Some positives for the markets. Your IWM is still green. That's where strength is, small caps. And you still have the dollar down. You got oil down, you got natural gas down, and you got yields down. So all the major headwinds for the market are actually tailwinds today. They're actually supportive of higher price. So again, I'd love to see a morning session where the markets come down a little bit, and then that could set us up for an afternoon reversal. It's kind of what I'm expecting. All right, markets are open here, guys. Google coming in pretty sharply. Rigetti quantum stocks are mixed. Meta's still acting well. Bitfarm's making a reversal. BTC still a little bit fragile. Look at Google already testing its pre-market low. Here you have SPY getting hit. NVIDIA down 4.5. Microsoft, Amazon negative. Tesla down 1.12. Google, Meta, your only mega caps green on the session. Google should catch a bounce at some point. Wow, what a free fall there on Google. Symbiotic, guys, if you didn't hear, I took profits on the member trade. We locked in 28% gain on SYM monster gap up. We were long 55.94. All right, NVIDIA is starting to peel away. Come on, sweep that low, NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA on the long side if we can flush that low. Google's still looking heavy. Bitcoin trying to find some support. Zim strong, KSS strong, Bank of America Financial strong, BABA still acting well, AMD down 6.4, NEO under a little bit of pressure. Interesting. AEHL, what stock is that? Look at that Google fall. Holy moly, Google is knifing the party right now. Yikes. Google. Coming in hot. Damn, there wasn't even a chance to get into put options on Google. That was kind of the top short idea for me. There was no chance off that open to really, unless you slap that bid and buy. But look at that reversal down on Google. Looks like Google could actually come down to prior day low, but I suspect a bit of a bounce first, rope in some more liquidity. We'll see what happens there. All right, your S&P is catching a nice little reversal, guys. S&P acting a little bit better here. NVIDIA still remains pretty choppy down here. Pretty choppy. IWM, very strong, guys. Your Russell 2000 is absolutely beast mode. Full beast mode. Apple making a nice bullish reversal. NVIDIA wants that new low, guys. NVIDIA wants the new low. Sweep it. Sweep it. Surprised the S&P is remaining this firm with NVIDIA getting slapped around. Semis are under some very, very hard distribution. AMD down 7, guys. 7% down on AMD. NVIDIA down over 5. NVIDIA is coming into that new low. How low can you go? How low can you go? Wow, NVIDIA is sweeping that low. That's crazy. Look at that. NVIDIA taking out that main pivot low from Friday. Come on, go a little bit lower, NVIDIA. Google trying to bounce. SPY still holding quite steady. Look at NVIDIA getting demolished right now, guys. And that allows it's a piggy bank for the market, guys. That is a piggy bank for the market. S&P holding steady while NASDAQ getting sold into pretty hard. AMD now down 8%. AMD looks like it wants to take out its low from that Friday sell-off, so that's what I'm looking to maybe trade NVIDIA on the long side is once AMD can sweep that low pivot from 195 area, 195.12-ish. Wow. Big bounce in the market. Bitcoin trying to firm up here. Big bounce in the market. Big bounce in Google. Amazon's back to the green side. Apple's green and ripping. Big bounce on NVIDIA. XYZ block looks very strong today. Looks like that stock may want to break out intraday. XYZ. Wow, Symbiotic up 36%. Look at that bounce on Google. That's crazy. What a bounce there on Google. Nuclear stocks seeing a little bit of selling. You got some retail stocks still squeezing. Kohl's squeezing. You got Baba still green. Open Door catching some volume and liquidity. Neo still under pressure. Novo, nice reversal on Novo Nordisk. Datavault getting wrecked today. DVLT. Look at that bounce on Google. More selling in NVIDIA. NVIDIA just does not want to bounce yet. Crazy. Look at that weak chart of NVIDIA. I would love to see this gap fill, but we're starting to sweep that low, guys. I like it down here on NVIDIA. The risk to reward is certainly now on the long side for a bit of a bounce, but I'm just being a little bit patient here. A little bit patient. SPY still holding. IWM still ripping to the highs. Acting extremely well. Google catching a really solid bid here. NVDA still remains super weak on the session. Wow. No bid yet for NVIDIA. SPY running into its prior day high here. I think what we could see is a bounce in NVIDIA soon, more selling in Google. We tape today, guys. Lots of stocks shaking and moving. Lots of traps around the market. They're wanting us to buy NVIDIA here. Tempted to go long NVIDIA here. So tempted, but I want to see it really sweep that low. Venkat inputs here. Good luck, good luck. SPY's trying to break out to the highs. Bitcoin under a little bit of pressure. Semis are still coming down. Look at NVIDIA sweeping the lows. Sweeping the lows, guys. That is a bit of a 10-minute hanging man candle on Google. That is a bearish candle formation on Google, guys. Bearish candle formation on Google has been formed. NVIDIA is still going down to the lows. SPY starting to see some selling. Look at NVIDIA. Holy moly. SPY still hanging in there. NVIDIA is still down at the lows, guys. Trying to bounce a little bit. You can see your SPY here getting rejected off that prior day. You got SMH just getting hit pretty hard right now. Urgent saying VIX on high watch. If it breaks 20, we go down. Yep, VIX definitely on high watch. It's definitely some selling under the hood. You still have small caps acting very well. NVIDIA trying to bounce a little bit down here. It's still extremely in the deep dark depths below. Gold over 41.50. Thank you. Bitcoin still down 1.5%. NVIDIA still knifing here, guys. Look at them ripping Google up. They keep selling NVIDIA. Qs are still coming in sharply here. SPY holding up much better than the Qs. IWM holding up much better than SPY. SPY starting to see a little bit more selling here. Google's still ripping. Look at NVDA, guys. NVIDIA is selling off. New lows for NVIDIA. NVIDIA's coming into that gap fill. That's where I like it. That's where I like it on the long side. It's getting tempting here, but perhaps a little bit more. Google's still resilient. All right, I'm in 320 puts, guys. Google, 320 puts. 320 puts. 320 puts on Google at 230. Let's go down and look at them knifing SPY. No bounce yet NVIDIA. Bitcoin week. IWM's now softening in price, guys. Come on, Google. Drop it low. Drop it low. 10-minute hanging man candle on Google statistically is very bearish. We're starting to lose pre-market low again. Knife it, knife it, knife it. Go, 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 go. Beautiful. Puts are ripping. Puts are ripping. We could be getting a little bit ugly here, especially if Google goes back to the dark side. We could get real nasty. You got a little bit of a potential M-top or head and shoulders on SPY trying to trigger here. You can see SPY is broken. A little bit of this failed breakout here on SPY. Uh-oh. We could be in for some diciness. Again, morning sell, afternoon pump. Let's see it. NVIDIA is trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Meta is still positive on the session, up 1.48%, but starting to also come in off of a 10-minute hanging man candle. You still got quantum stocks getting wrecked. Semis getting wrecked. AMD down 7.8. BABA went negative. Come on, Google, chop it down. Look at that S&P chart. Chop it down, SPY, chop it down. Venkat booked profits in puts. Nice job. Come on, Google. Keep selling. Keep selling. Lose that green bar. Lose it. SPY getting walloped here. Absolutely walloped. All right, guys, I just sold half my Google puts. Just sold half my Google puts on that decline there. Beautiful. Where did I even get filled at? 369 sell. Holy smokes. I only tried getting a fill at 350. Beautiful job, guys. All right, next profit target on Google. I'm going to keep a stop loss at $2.30, my entry. If we hit 321 even, I'll close these puts. 321 even, I'll close my Google puts, the remainder. But that was a lovely gain off of the open on Google puts, guys. From 2.30 to 369. It's looking real interesting, guys. Nvidia's coming into that gap fill. I mean, it's gonna get a bounce here at some point. Look at this knifing on Google. I mean, Nvidia, guys, getting wrecked. Wow. It's gonna get a bounce here. This is probably the area to try to take it. Getting very close. Holy moly. Holy moly. Meta, new high of day. Meta absolutely still ripping to the upside here. Some point NVIDIA is going to bounce. It's going to be a hard bounce here. The question is which way, but I like it in that gap fill. Been patient. Been patient. Come on. Come on down, NVIDIA. Bitcoin breaking, guys. BTC absolutely getting slapped now. Wow. Google right back up. BTC breaking. NVIDIA gap fill looks intriguing, guys. It's down 6.3% and fallen nasty price action. That is just filthy. That's a nasty breakdown on NVIDIA, guys. Nasty. Literally. SPY is getting wrecked here. All right, this is your first back test of a fib zone, guys, on SPY. We're getting very close to, I think, a bounce spot. Bitcoin got wrecked. SMH still under pressure. How's AMD doing? AMD sweeping the lows. Yep, AMD testing those lows. I like it. NVIDIA break. AMD now down 9.27%. Wow. Volume coming in here on NVIDIA. Look at SPY. SPY coming into some support. 10-minute chart. Come on, NVIDIA. Fill that gap. Fill that gap. AMD still selling hard. Hard. Into the gap. It's super risky. Super risky. Come on. Give us a really big squeeze back up. Big bounce starting on NVIDIA. Look at that. Go. Nice squeeze on NVIDIA. Go. The 69. The 203. All out. What a bounce there. All right, 2 for 2 for me, guys. Trading here. Live trading. 2 for 2. That was beautiful. NVIDIA is still ripping here. Holy moly. That's what a bounce there. That was a fat bounce, guys. IWM pushing right back up to the highs. Holy moly. Semiconductors bouncing hard there. Oof. Cray, cray. IWM still holding positive structure. Meta still ripping. Apple still bouncing hard here. So now what you wait for, NVIDIA off of a retest, if it gives you another sell program, it's an opportunity to take it off of a retrace on the long side. But I'm all out. I caught a nice scalp there. All right, guys, 2 for 2 for me. I've pretty much made my money day trading already. Now it's just a matter of swings. If anything else obviously falls in my lap, I'll let you know. But I'm 2 for 2. I'm happy with what I've earned so far trading this morning. 60% on Google, day trade short, put options. Nice 20% gain on NVIDIA call options. So one long, one short this morning. Up about just shy of $1,000 for me. Within first, what is it, 24 minutes? Just made about a G there for myself. I'm happy. Let's see what other opportunities present themselves here. Look at that fat bounce in the market. I mean, holy moly. Wow. Now, I don't know. I feel like they're going to chop us around. I feel like there should be an afternoon reversal and breakout, but damn. Crazy. Bitcoin's still weak. Big bounce on Bitfarms. How's Mara doing? Mara gapping down, trying to firm up. SMR trying to firm up as well. Right back down. Datavolt still weak, but trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Interesting. Tempest is still green. Tempest AI is still showing resiliency. That's trying to push. Rocket Lab still a little bit weak. Snapchat's green. That's showing a little bit of positive structure this morning. Snapchat could try to rip. Google still acting fairly well here. Oh. Testing its pre-market low area. I still feel like they can sell Google a little bit. It's very, very extended up here. Meta, new high of day. Meta is just flying, flying to the upside. Baba down 1.1, Tesla down 1.6, AMD still down 8.3, NVIDIA down 5.6, CETY up 93%. Holy moly. CETY. Crazy. IREN still under some pressure. SoFi this morning under some pressure. KSS still squeezing to the upside here. No stopping Coles. Met a new high of day. Wow. Rigetti. Jeez. Look at Meta. Meta roaring, guys, to the high side. Ripping. All right, back to Google NVIDIA. Let's see what happens. Google's still ripping to the high side here. Qs are looking to retest its pre-market low, which is at 602.63. Meta absolutely a monster into its 20-day moving average, so there is some resistance here on Meta. Bitcoin trying to pop, Snapchat popping. Lululemon acting very well. It's up 3%. Ripping. CMG Chipotle up 3.5. Nice price action there. NVDA is still a beast right now, bouncing off of that gap fill zone. Look at them push this market. QQQ once its pre-market low, 602.63 retest. Meta's into its 20-day moving average above it actually. IWM new high of day. Dixie pushing for new lows on the session. Wow. Meta's squeezing, guys. Squeezing to the upside here. Crazy price action for Meta and communication stocks. Look at Google going for another high of day. Crazy price action. QQQ still ripping. NASDAQ's getting a nice bounce through NVIDIA. Google remaining strong. Meta remaining very, very strong. Tesla's still down. Trying to push. Alright, Qs are retesting its pre-market low. Qs are still ripping. Meta's still super duper strong, guys. Looks like people are slapping the buy program right now. IWM is moonshotting here. IWM is almost into its 50-day moving average. Take a look at this Russell 2000 daily chart, guys. There might be a short setup coming, but IWM breaking out of a little bit of a downsloping trend line here, but 50-day moving average coming up here in full force. Look at that. Meta taking a little bit of a breather here. 50-day moving average was just tapped on the Russell. Holy moly, we just exploded higher on that candle. That is a thing of beauty. Russell's the strongest indice right now, guys. Just moonshotting. It's a shortable level there, for sure. Let's look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA coming in a touch here. Meta's starting to soften up a little bit, guys. Here we go. We could be seeing a little bit of rejection off of the QQQ pre-market low. IWM is into shortable level, guys. 50-day moving average. There's a gap fill, though, that I like better around 243.61. If the Russell was to squeeze into that gap, guys, 243.60-ish area, 243.61, 64, kind of around that zone, I would short the heck out of it. Okay? That's kind of what I'm waiting for. That would be allow us to sweep the 50-day moving average. And then off of a pullback, it would allow us to pull back off of that gap fill. Let me just pull it up here so it's easier to explain. But IWM into this gap fill, I would short it. What that would allow is for us to pull back, retest the 50-day moving average. So that's where I'm looking, guys. Okay, I'm gonna actually put an alert there because I like that area a lot. So 243.62. I would probably take 0 DTE put options. I would take, if we get into the 243.60 area, pull back to the 24. I'd probably take 242 puts. If you're a little less aggressive, 243s. But I think we push into the gap, and then we can retest the 50-day. That's a really good setup, guys. If we can do that. All right. But we don't want to see this pull back too much here. Google's starting to soften. NVIDIA right back down to the lows. Holy moly, NVIDIA's just weak, weak, weak. QQQ getting slapped off its pre-market low area. Wow. Wow. Apple still green, Google still green, KSS still ripping. Dollar new lows, guys. Your DXY just printed a new low. Gold is getting sold. Nat gas getting sold. Today's a weird day again, guys. We are seeing some heavy liquidation in this market across commodities, across everything. We are seeing some really weird price action. Yields down, gold down, dollar down, oil down, natural gas down, Bitcoin down, SPY and Q's down. This is not some healthy price action, what I'm observing. Look at that, NVIDIA new lows. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA. New lows for the behemoth. I'm going to look at 175 calls again on NVIDIA, guys. But I want to see it close lower here. Taking NVIDIA long again. High risk. High risk. 175 call NVIDIA. High risk. Please size appropriately. SPY still getting a hard retrace down. Nastiness. Nastiness in the market, guys. Big volume there on NVIDIA, 1 minute candle. Big volume. Again, I'm long NVIDIA, 175 calls again. $1.54 entry for me. Come on, NVIDIA. Rip it. Rip it here. SPY's trying to hold. Got AMD on my other screen. Bitcoin's still weak. Qs are trying to bounce pretty hard here. AMD still near its lows. Go NVIDIA. Go, go, go. Yeah, oil getting wrecked. Commodities getting wrecked. Come on, NVIDIA. Bounce us back to this trend line. I'd be very happy. Go, 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 NVIDIA. Go. Qs are trying to hold. VIX is getting slightly faded. Google's still strong. AMD still weak. Google still up 2.21. Go NVIDIA, go. SPY, really big bid on SPY, guys. Big bounce. IWM still holding quite steady here. Just consolidating underneath its 50-day moving average. Go NVIDIA, go. Come on. Rip it back up. Google's still acting very, very well. AMD's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity here. Excuse me. Keep on. I'm looking at a TP of this 172.50 area, this downsloping trend line, guys. Looking at NVIDIA. Big bounce on SPY. Here we go. Go, 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 go. Nice reversal starting on NVIDIA. Come on. You got more in you. You're so oversold down here. Intraday, you can push. QQQ SPY still getting a really big bounce here. Google pushing right back to the highs. AMD trying to firm up. Bitcoin still trying. Still got Amazon green. Apple, Google, Meta green. Tesla down 1.8. NVIDIA down 6.3. Come on, back to back. 71. S&P still trying to bounce a little bit. And I'm long the 175 calls. Going back to the second time trading NVIDIA today on the long side. First time we made 20%. Come on. Big bounce on SPY. Google pushing. We need AMD to firm up here. Come on, NVIDIA. Push it. Nice price action coming here, NVIDIA. A little bit of projection off that 1 minute. Google's still trading near the highs, off of its pre-market highs, but intraday it's still acting very, very well. Bitcoin bouncing, IWM still holding its value, AMD trying to catch some liquidity, SPY right back at that neckline, go figure. S&P trying to push yet again. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of distribution. SPY, Google, AMD still showing some weakness. Backtesting the gap again on NVIDIA. Pushing again, QQQ still a little bit fragile. S&P still shaking out some sell side pressure here. NVIDIA is still a little bit fragile here as well. Potential 1 minute inverse head and shoulders trying to build on NVIDIA. It hasn't triggered yet, but potentially wants to, which dictates a move to about 173.40 if it can break out here. Come on, NVIDIA, get through that little bit of a neckline. Still pushing AMD, still weak, weak, weak. Hmm. Okay, NVIDIA's trying to break out here, 1 minute chart. Still not successful yet. Oh, come on, NVIDIA, push. Nice, nice buy side pressure coming in. Big resistance here at this 1 minute moving average. If we can get through that, we should see an impulse move up to this next trend line of resistance here. Go NVIDIA, go. IWM taking a breather. S&P still trying to hold that neckline. AMD, no bid yet in AMD. Google still trading at the highs. NVIDIA at the lows. Bitcoin 86.5. QQQ holding 600 and change. Gold holding over 41.50. Yep. 41. 41.27 right now. AMD, no bounce. Bitcoin curling down. S&P still selling off a touch here. Come on, NVIDIA. Give us a little bit of a breakout here. Still battling this 1 minute moving average on NVIDIA chart. Stuck under that 171 area. Big seller. Big seller. Qs are trying to bounce. S&P still underneath that neckline. Your IWM taking a bit of a breather here. QQQ trying to bounce here a little bit. Volume surge is coming in here. Still barely a bounce in semiconductors. They're still going through their distribution. S&P trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Come on, NVIDIA, bounce it already. Google still printing highs a day. Lululemon, stellar price action for Lulu. AMD still a dog. SYM, guys, Symbotic up 40%. Wow. Crazy price action for SYM. Nice buy side pressure coming into NVIDIA. Here we go. Come on, rip it. Give us this breakout. Whoa, we're getting some top wicks. We're getting some top wicks on NVIDIA. Break it. Nice inverse head and shoulders potential, guys. Potentially, there's an even bigger inverse. If this can break out here, then we have a potential move to 174.80. Give us the pump. Give us the pump, NVIDIA. Our contracts are nicely ripping. So I would recommend, I'm long $1.54. I would protect NVIDIA, guys, if you're long. Don't let the trade go against you. Again, I'm riding the 175 call, $1.54 entry. I would not let the trade go against you if you're long. It's going to try to do a little bit of a peekaboo breakout, I think NVIDIA is going to try. Come on. A little bit of resistance off that neckline. You've got more. Don't fail here, NVIDIA. S&P curling right back down. Bitcoin still weak. Dollar still weak. VIX, UVXY still slightly green. Come on, NVIDIA. We've been patient. Google's still trending. Data Vault down 12.8. Nasty. SMR down 7. Snap slightly green. Meta still at 1.83. Oh, it's not a good candle there for NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. Get your big butt up there. Stop chopping and decaying. Not a good reaction off that neckline for NVIDIA. Back to that little bit of a consolidation zone. S&P and Qs are looking a little bit more vulnerable now. Uh-oh, we're getting a little bit heavier here. Back into the gap fill. NVIDIA's still fighting here. S&P still weak though. Come on, NVIDIA, defend price here. I'm still long 175s, guys, $1.54. Come on, NVIDIA, get your ass going. QQQ still seeing heaviness. AMD really not bouncing. NVIDIA, I mean, the bounces are muted, minuscule. Seems like they're wanting to just burn and chop around some of that theta. Come on, NVIDIA, you're down 6.68. Bounce 1%, maybe 2%. Your dollar's still getting liquidated, guys. DXY falling pretty sharply. Yeah, that's Google's kind of crazy, YouTube. I tried putting it at the least amount, but AMD still selling. Google coming in from the highs. NVIDIA's sitting right on that gap fill, guys. It's crazy, but it's a big level for NVIDIA. Big level. If it doesn't hold this gap area, you're looking at 168 and change is your next level. So the bulls want to see NVIDIA defend that gap fill. If we lose that gap fill, which we're sitting on right now, that's not a positive sign. AMD 195.76 still testing a bit of a double bottom, but weak. NVIDIA no bounce yet. Wow. All right, that was a little bit of a high volume wick down there. Come on, hold the higher low. Hold the higher low, NVIDIA. It's a bit of a volume candle on that 1 minute NVIDIA chart. Come on. Firm it back up. Rip it. Give us a 1 minute bullish engulfing. Nice volume on that 1 minute NVIDIA candle. Come on, give it to us. Eat it. Eat it. Better hold there. If that 1 minute candle doesn't hold, we're in trouble. IWM is still holding 242.13, up 0.93. Amazon slightly green. Nvidia down 6.7. Microsoft down 1.19. Apple still green. Google still up 2.5. Meta still up 1.83. Tesla down 2.8. QQQ down 0.82. SPY down 0.2. And IWM is up 0.88%. So small caps are still breathing a little bit of confidence into this market. You got financials acting very, very well. It's mainly semiconductors dragging this market down right now. Can they bounce NVIDIA and AMD? AMD, whew, man, that's nasty price action in AMD. At the rate Google's trending and NVIDIA falling, Google's going to be the biggest company in the world. Come on, NVIDIA, get your big butt up there. Break out here. Still holding a bit of a potential higher low on NVIDIA. We need to see it hold this, try to break out of this neckline here. Come on. If it can do it, we got a nice potential 2 upside levels on NVIDIA. But damn, it just keeps getting slapped off that intraday 1 minute moving average. Alright, here we go. Come on. Still riding 175 NVIDIA calls. End of week, $1.54. Right now, contracts are trading at $1.73. We're up about 20 cents a con. But I want more. Give me more. Come on, NVIDIA, breakout here. You punish these breakout buyers. That was a high volume 1 minute rejection candle. Looking a little bit more constructive here. Can we trigger this bit of a bullish inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA 1 minute chart? Neckline test here. Neckline test. Go, go, go. Go, NVIDIA. We're clearing 171. Come on. QQQ bouncing. SPY trying to get back above that little bit of a neckline zone. Still underneath its prior day high where it saw rejection this morning. IWM bull flag. Bitcoin bouncing. AMD trying to perform. Here we go. Here comes the breakout. NVIDIA's trying to break on the 1 minute chart, guys. Inverse head and shoulders breakout is being tested right now as we speak. We got 2 upside targets. Let's go. Come on, squeeze it. Pump the market up. Look at this fake breakdown. Huge candle, big reversal, back above the neckline. We could now be ready to trend, guys, all the way up to 678.50 on SPY. This could be now a little bit of a trend. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around Tuesday? Turn around Tuesday, maybe. Turn around Tuesday. We're not out of the woodwork yet, but we're looking a little bit better. Turn around Tuesday. Data Vault looks ready for another long continuation. Interesting. All right, NVIDIA ripping. Rip it. Rip it. Rip it. Good softening. NVIDIA performing well. Go 1 minute bullish breakout has been triggered. We're looking to confirm the breakout. It's looking quite strong here, guys. Quite strong. Our calls are ripping here. Come on, NVIDIA. You got more in the tank. You're still down 5.97%. S&P 500 has gone green. QQQ still down 0.47%. Very interesting. Come on, I want more than 30%. Let's get us 50 to 100% on these calls. Come on. Go, go, go. All right, we're up over 30% on our NVIDIA calls, guys. Let's rush it. Push it. The breakout on the 1 minute chart has been confirmed. I repeat, breakout on the 1 minute chart has been confirmed. Go, go, go. Push it. SPY, a little bit of selling. Bitcoin trying to reverse. IWM trying to go for another high of day. It did print a new high of day there off of that wick. So this is NVIDIA's first higher high, guys. NVIDIA's first higher high in this bearish trend today. So you got a low, a higher low, a high, a higher high. So it's NVIDIA's first higher low and higher high, signifying a potential near-term trend change. Potential. It's early stages and it's only a 1 minute time frame trend change, but that's where it needs to start. So can we push it back higher here? Come on, NVIDIA. You got more in you. Don't give up the goods now. Higher low, higher high. Let's see if we can test our next high pivot here. That's a big area because NVIDIA was trying to push and it got slapped down and it sent you to a new lower low. So this is your next big area, which is around 173 and change. But we are long, we are strong. The 175 calls up about 30%, but looking for more, guys. Come on. Not being that greedy. Bitcoin making a nice solid reversal, still down 1.4%, but acting a little bit better. IWM going for another high of day print. SPY looking to charge through its prior day high level. Again, we could potentially now want to trend higher in the indices. The next resistance that I'm looking for on SPY is around this downsloping trend line. You'll probably get a little bit of price action to stop there around 670.80. Once we consolidate and get through that, then you got hourly resistance at 673. But it looks like SPY is going to target around that 670, just shy of 671 today. It's looking pretty likely. Meta looks like it's going to give us a new high of day. Come on, keep going, keep going. Turnaround Tuesday, guys. Turnaround Tuesday. IWM is still trending. I still like the Russell for a potential short off of that gap fill that we discussed. I'm still got an alert. I'm watching, but it needs to get above 243.70-ish. All right, a little bit of selling hitting the tape right now. Oh, NVIDIA. You dog. You dog. You better just be creating a bigger inverse head and shoulders here. They keep stair-stepping us. Still kind of around that same target. What else we got going on the tape? Wow, look at this SYM, guys. SYM is a full beast mode. I mean, maybe the top is in, but holy moly. We were long into earnings, took profits. Beautiful trade there. Stunning. 38%. I didn't expect it to do that. I thought it was going to be up like 10% or so. But 38%, that's insane. Insane. Dixie, new low of day for your dollar. Google softening here. This could be helpful for Bitcoin. Keep BTC on watch, because the dollar softening could be helpful for crypto stocks. Big pushback on NVIDIA. Rip it. Rip it. Rip it. 10:36, guys. It's 10:36. So far, we're 2 for 2 with our third NVIDIA trade in the money. Come on, break out here, NVIDIA. You got it. You got the momentum. You're oversold enough. You're still down 5.9%. Give us another higher high retest. Hit that 172 area and we'll get more calls starting to flow in. Breach it. Google softening. Natural gas still down 5%. That is filthy. for natural gas, eh? That is just filthy. Natural gas continuing to pummel here. It is into a long level nat gas. Interesting down here, for sure. Wow. How's UNG? UNG down 5.48. Oh, NVIDIA, go. 172 on deck. You're going to see a whole bunch of volume probably come in at that 172 area if we pierce through it. We're close. We are very, very close. Google softening though, that's a bit of a problem for the Qs. So Google's now coming in, testing 324. It's still up 1.94%. Let's see. I want to see that Google liquidity coming out of Google flowing into NVIDIA. That's what I'm expecting, or at least hoping for. If Google sells, does that liquidity now chase NVIDIA again? Or does it come right out of the S&P 500? You can see Google softening. S&P still holding right underneath its prior day high, PDH. Yeah, SPY is struggling with the 669. I think they're just trying to chop it, right? I think you had a lot of people try to buy SPY calls yesterday for a continuation gap up move. Like I thought SPY was going to gap up today, to be honest. But that being said, I sold all my calls yesterday in the member option group. So we booked profits on our SPY 665. So I think what's happening is the market makers are trying to burn some theta here, trapping both long and shorts, right? So you trap shorts here, people that were trying to trend chase it. And I think the continuation buyers from yesterday are also kind of trapped. So you're burning theta. Like I said, I think the real pump is only going to come in the afternoon, to be honest. But we'll see. That's why I'm watching NVIDIA, because you got Google strong, you got Meta, you got Apple strong. You know, the next real stock to influence the market is NVIDIA. And obviously AMD. I'm watching that on a side window. But wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of chop and slop here. That's for sure. Google's starting to soften up quite a bit here. What makes me think the pump will come on SPY? Well, just take a look at all of the headwinds and tailwinds in the market. Right now, you have no headwinds in the market. It's all tailwinds. So you got, except for VIX. VIX is still green. That's a headwind. But your tailwinds, which support higher price, soft yields, soft gold, soft natural gas, soft oil, soft crude oil. So all your energy components are soft. Commodities are super soft. So that commodity money allows, I think, rotation back into tech to occur. Dollar soft as well. So between the dollar yields, crude oil, natural gas, all falling sharply here, that supports higher price. That supports algo buying. Let's look at the Fed watch tool here. Look at that, swinging drastically in more favor. This keeps going up day by day. Urgent saying as soon as VIX breaks down to 20, we zoom to the north. Yeah, I see the VIX also getting faded here. Look at that. VIX getting absolutely slapped here. SVIX ripping, right? So that's another point. Good observation there, Urjit. Really good observation. Asking, but why do we have 38 million puts on SPY, 15 million calls? That's not a tried, true, and tested sign. It doesn't always guarantee the direction of the trend. You know, you have to remember options flow often. You know, the bigger money in the market isn't in options, it's in shares, common shares. So often options are used as hedging tools. So you have to remember, right? So you always have to be careful with flow. It doesn't guarantee, although flow is very insightful, I do believe it. You have to be very careful. It doesn't always give you the true signal of direction. And I mean, we could easily sell off. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that could be right, but often options are just used as hedging. And you look at what's happening to the world's largest company in semiconductors, right? NVIDIA down 5.94, Microsoft down 1. That's a pretty big fall today. So it could easily drag the market down, especially if Google keeps selling off here, which Google right now is selling off. Meta is seeing a little bit of selling. Bitcoin seeing some selling. AMD is catching a nice bounce, guys, so that's supportive with NVIDIA. You can see AMD trying to bounce here. Let's look at Broadcom. Whoops. SPY retesting its prior day high. As soon as NVIDIA can establish itself above 172, you're going to get some big flow, I think, coming in to the bullish side. 172, big area. But you've been consolidating over that prior highs for a number of minutes here, so that's slightly positive. Here goes the S&P, guys. SPY trying to break above prior day high. We ripping. We ripping. Look at the inverse head and shoulders on SPY about to break out from a bull flag pattern here, guys. Look at this. Breaking out no matter which way you want to use it. If you do it conservatively, look at that pump on NVIDIA. I knew that impulse was going to come. We are still riding long. Look at this inverse head and shoulders on SPY, guys. Next target on watch, breaking out with force. Look at that, guys. We got some bullish flow. Let's pump it up. Take our NVIDIA 175s in the money. Let's go. We're almost up 50% on our NVIDIA calls. Let's go, guys. Let's go. The market's in full bull right now, breaking out to the high side. Ooh, IWM's into that shortable level. That is crazy. I don't know, though. I don't know, though. Holy moly, look at the pump, guys. Look at the pump. Here we go. What a nice move, guys. What a stunning, stunning move. We're up 50% on our NVIDIA calls. I just trimmed half, guys. I trimmed half of my NVIDIA. Took some profits there. 50% gain on NVIDIA calls. Beautiful trades, guys. 3 for 3 here in the live trading room. Beautiful to see. Bang, bang. Pleasure doing business with you all, guys. It's a pleasure. Stop is at break even. Next trim target for me would be kind of into this TP area, guys, for NVIDIA. But I did trim half. Locked in profits. Be careful with your SPY puts. Amazing gains. Amazing. Look at this move. That Russell is into that shortable level. It's really intriguing me here. Should I short the Russell here? Let's look at this IWM real quick, guys. I think the Russell's into an interesting area. So you've swept the 50. You're right through that gap. That is an enticing area. Let me see what these puts are worth. Because I think there's definitely some resistance here on the IWM. Oh shit, I didn't even get in fast enough. Damn. Damn. No, I was opening up my chain to fade that Russell move, but maybe we can still get it. Oh, damn. That was a quick decline there. That's literally what we were looking for. Shit. I wasn't ready for it. Wasn't ready for it. All right, hopefully we get one more retest of the high, which it still could. We still could get one more sweep of the high here, and I'd look to fade the Russell. 243 puts 0 DTE look interesting to me, guys. 243s, which are right around here. Whoops. But don't get me wrong, this market's had a bullish break. Oh, Russell, what are you doing to me? You cheeky, cheeky Russell. All right, guys, Google starting to sell pretty hard here. Googly moogly coming in. Still up 1.1%. Look at Meta. Meta is flying here. Looking like it's going to break out of an ascending triangle. It's been a great session, guys. Great, great session already. Please hit that like button, guys. We've called out 3 winners. 2 long NVIDIAs, 1 short Google. It's been good. Would have made money here on this Russell, but wasn't fast enough to open up my brokerage or my chain. I was still watching my NVIDIA. What a sell-off there on the Russell, guys. Damn. Oh, I'm FOMOing hard on that Russell short. That was it. That was literally it. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I'd probably taking profits if you're short the Russell. I'd be taking profits literally right into this consolidation. That's a good sell. Oh my God, those would have printed. Oh my goodness gracious me. That would have been 100% probably 0 DT put play. Damn. Damn. All right, good job if you took that, guys. I didn't get, I was too slow. I was too slow, but that was it. That was your sweep short, gap short area. You pierced the gap. You could still retest the 50-day moving average at 242.87 on the Russell. Look at that sell candle. Nasty. All right, SPY could still push to 673. Russell could still push to a high of day again. But damn, that was a nice short. If you executed that, dollar pop there. Excuse me. Still coming in pretty hard, guys. Chipotle Mexican Grill having a party. Breaking out. Beautiful breakout on Chipotle today, guys. Okay, that was TP zone, guys. 243 puts would have been in the money if you shorted that. I hope someone caught it. I hope someone caught it. Damn it, we even had that alert ready. I literally wanted that short. Oh my God, look at that short. I would be out of it right here. I wouldn't be in it anymore, but damn, if you took that IWM short, guys, you got paid. Oh, you can't kiss all the stocks, eh? Alright, so PayPal having a good day as well. It's up 1.45%. That's got a lot of work to do. NVIDIA is still down 5.6. Lululemon Stellar up 3.43. UPS trying to break out. That looks like a nice W formation forming on the UPS chart. Take a look at this. UPS trying to break out and squeeze above its prior day high, guys, looking very, very solid. Nice price action on Lululemon. Look at the breakout on Chipotle today, guys. CMG, inverted head and shoulders. You can see it better on your 4-hour chart, but that's a clean little 4-hour breakout on Chipotle. I like it. I like it a lot. That stock's been beaten up to a pulp. My, oh my. Micron still holding quite steady. AMD holding quite steady. Google still coming in, giving up the majority of its gains. Peter's out at 80 cents. Nice job, Peter. Wonderful. NVIDIA is still trying to firm up. ACN, Western Union. Webull just sucks. That's a dog down at the lows. Baxter's trying to firm up here and break out as well. Nike having a solid day today. That's up a few percentage points. Ouster still getting crushed down here. Let's look at Serve Robotics. It's interesting to see. I would have expected Serve Robotics to catch a little bit more of a bid off of that Symbotic move. You know, Symbotic gapping up. I guess it's taking all of the liquidity from the robotics automation trade. Let's look at Dash because that's the partnership with Serve. Yeah, Dash has been beaten up. Uber beaten up still. Uber's interesting down here too. LYFT, that's still under some pressure. ENVX. IWM still printing to the downside, guys. Not a good day for China. Baba giving up everything. PDD still holding. TME. TME still trying to bounce a little bit, but negative now. Baidu. JD. Yeah, JD's firming up, guys. Potentially a low in JD. Nice 3-day bounce on JD. That's starting to show some signs of positivity and light. Look at DataVault. DVLT. Smoked. Look at that. Since we sold, guys, DataVault from where we sold in the pre-market, literally 2 days ago, down 25%. I mean, we would have lost more than half of our gains there. That's crazy. Wonderful job if you sold with us. I would look to trade this. If this today flushes, guys, into the 7-day, which is $2, you have a psychological number. You'll have a 7-day moving average. You'll have a pretty oversold condition intraday. So $2, guys, DataVolt. If it gets down there, we have a trade on the long side. I'll put a little alert there just so that we're watching it. Drone stock's getting hammered. RKLB, I still like the stock, but it's under some pressure today. It's trying to build a potential inverted head and shoulders. Got a nice little left shoulder here. A nice defined head, potentially building out a right shoulder. Needs a few more hours of consolidation, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't even see your comment there, but exactly. Inverse head and shoulders potentially building on Rocket Labs. Yep, definitely, I see that. Let's look at Tempest AI. That's had a really strong move. Nothing wrong with the pattern, guys. I still remain long. 64.87 or long commons. Let's look at NVIS, Nebius, some of the other ones. That's also an interesting chart. Trying to hold some support down here. Molina Healthcare, MOH still trying to bounce. UNH, that's looking pretty decent. I would say if UNH dips one more time, guys, back down, it's a potential swing trade long. Damn, NVO should have been the buy, guys. Look at that bounce on NVO yesterday. I was so tempted. I decided to stay away, but oh, look at that bounce. High volume. The low in NVO is probably in. I don't suspect that this is going to go down much more now. You know, so if we get a retest of this gap fill, I would consider maybe stabbing it on the long side. NVO. What else we got? You guys want to look at any other charts? Just feel free to put them in the chat. I've pretty much made my money scalping today, so I'll stay on for another few more minutes, but I'll probably take an early lunch and then be back for power hour. I got to do a little bit of market scanning, the internals. Block XYZ, guys. I still like XYZ. I remain long. I think that this stock is still going to break out of this inverse head and shoulders as well. Market is still acting very, very well. Still have NVIDIA bouncing, ascending triangle, bullish ascending triangle on Meta. That's acting very, very well. Let's look at some of these other high flyers here. So we got NIO, which reported earnings. That stock is down 4%. Let's look at Pony AI, another China equity. Stock is actually pushing here. 3-bar surge continuing. Open Door opens at 775. I still think it needs to consolidate a little bit more. Let's look at Ondas. Ondas continues to just consolidate inside of that range. AEHL. That's caught quite a bit of attention over the last couple of sessions. Antelope Enterprise, huge volume that's been traded. Do you have a specific number or percentage you shoot for every day? Not asking for specific numbers, just curious about your approach. No, I don't have. I think if you put an expectation on what you're wanting to make, that's when you can kind of, I guess, sell too early and then overtrade. If you're trying, like some days, I lose, some days I make nothing. I think you just have to be open to what the market gives you, where the setup is. Some days I can make $200. Some days I can make a few thousand. Some days I can lose a few thousand or lose a couple hundred. You just have to be, I don't have a set amount. As long as cumulatively over the month, I see myself winning more than I'm losing, then that's pretty much it. But, if you're making a couple $100 a day, right? And that's sometimes very easy to do, especially if you have a larger account. Compounding a few $100 a day for basically an hour and a half work. I stopped trading, day trading, at 10:30. So within the first hour, I made like 1,500. So I mean, that's pretty solid. Like who's making 1,500 an hour? All right, no doctors making that. Investment bankers aren't making that. So if you put it into that perspective, I mean, but it's hard to try to form a goal like, oh, I want to make $500 a day. And then you compound 500 every single day. That's just not feasible. Yeah, trade full time. Yes, I do trade full time. Nothing wrong with side hustles though. I do have some real estate exposure, rental property, short-term rentals, so that kind of takes a little bit of, I think, being young, you can grind it out. But I'm here daily, Monday to Friday. All right, let's keep going through some more here. Tesla. Tesla's above its 7-day. Nice inside day for Tesla. Chart patterns trying to build up momentum. I was still thinking Tesla wanted to test that data high spike. That was its inventory report, where it gapped up in the pre-market, and then when you opened up here, it sold off pretty precipitously. But this is a nasty double top on Tesla. It's a real concern for Tesla. But so far, I mean, I think that as long as you remain above the 7-day on Tesla, it's a long. If you start to lose that, and especially if you start to lose this impulse candle here, this green candle low, then Tesla could easily go much, much lower. But Tesla's acting well. Let's look at BTG, another high volume mover today, surging. Wow, that's a clean chart. That is a clean breakout. Um, I think the 50 days on watch, guys. That 50-day moving average. I think today BTG can probably retest this gap fill. That's a big move. Wow, look at that. Yeah, BTG is looking pretty good. So let's look at the gold price again. So yeah, gold's an interesting one. Still above your 7 and 20, so it's remaining fairly bullish right now. Your next real resistance on gold is getting through this downsloping trend line, which it's consolidating right now. Yeah, inverse head and shoulders on SPY. I see that for sure. I see that. I'm still very bullish this market, guys. I'm still very bullish. I definitely see the inverse head and shoulders. Um, Technically speaking, the only way you could draw it, so although I have this downsloping neckline, that's not the neckline breakout on SPY. Your neckline, although it is a downsloping breakout pattern, your neckline, if this inverse head and shoulders is to trigger, you have a flat top neckline. And from my trading experience, flat top necklines have a higher degree of playing out to the upside. It's much, much more bullish. So I think that if this is an inverse head and shoulders, we're going to come up to this area to test a breakout. You'll probably get a small pullback off that area and then a continuation. That's what I think could happen here. But the patterns look, it's there. And I mean, wow, if this triggers, guys, we got new all-time highs. We got a ho-ho-ho Santa Claus rally into the end of the year that takes SPY back to 700. 700. So let's just see here. 700 on SPY. That's crazy. 700 on SPY by year end. That could play out. Let's remove these head and shoulders necklines right now. I just want to see something from my personal curiosity. If we draw a channel, so it really depends on how you draw this channel, but if you connect it through as many pivots as possible, that 700 target on that channel takes you literally there. If you draw it to the top of that pivot, you can see you're almost at the top of that channel. So well, that's a confluence zone. We'll see. We'll see. But SPY definitely, I think, is still holding technical structure, guys. Still acting very, very well. NVDA is still trying to bounce here. It's still down 5%. Still trying to grind itself higher here. Quite interesting. Again, this is what I was expecting, is a lot of chop. Measure move 695. So yeah, I see more. I see even higher. But I wouldn't be surprised if they chop SPY here. Again, you're getting now that lunchtime volume. Wow, look at Google, guys. Gapping and cracking on Mr. Googly Moogly. Anyone still writing put options? I still have this as a swing, and I was disappointed to see it gapping up today. But look at that nasty selling on Google. That is clean sell side pressure. Germ asking what other hustles you have. I'm trying to find my way and low key struggling to figure out something. Um, I'm in real estate. Real estate's, rental properties, short-term rentals. So I manage a few own personal properties and then also a couple other clients' rental properties. Leasing, I just coordinate contractors to go in if there's renovations or repairs. Um, but leasing's pretty easy work. And then short-term rentals. So you can start out by helping other landlords. That's how I started. Real estate's still one of the most stable businesses, and if you're young, if you're if you have the ability, I mean, you can do some of the physical work, but there's still a lot of work regarding, you know, you can show houses on weekend, you can do online leasing if you're working from home, you can certainly get in the maintenance side if you're young and physical and capable and have the time. It's a little bit more strenuous and consuming. Um, you can advertise, take pictures. There's a lot of different ways you can get involved in the companies. But a lot of it's if you're let's call it a property manager, there's a lot of it's just project management. If you're organized, you can just coordinate different tradespeople to go in. You can do the leasing, you can do the background checks, you can do everything. But there's also others. I mean, you just got to have a little bit of an entrepreneurial spirit. Google getting wrecked here, guys. Absolutely bludgeoned. It's are a little bit vulnerable here through Google. You really want to see this Google liquidity. Google's actually gone negative now. You want to see this Google liquidity flow into your semiconductors. If it doesn't, we're in for a little bit of dicey price action here. And the bearish candle that printed on SPY here, that's not a good 10-minute candle. Not a good 10-minute candle. Look at them sell Google. All right, nice bounce on Google, taking it back to the positive side. I'm gonna take a bit of an early lunch. I will be back. 22, Germ? Oh yeah, you're still young. I mean, you got lots of time. I think you got lots of time to just dabble and try everything. Um, what age did I start? I think I only started full-time trading at 25, 24. I mean, I was trading pretty frequently. I think I did the full-time. Oh, when did I commit? 2021, I think I went full-time. I've been trading since I was 16 through a family account. Is IWM a short here? No. No, that's not. The short scalp was off that gap fill. That was the short there. I personally wouldn't try fading this market. And the only area that I would see shorting IWM for a continuation move is if you lost this kind of green bar gap up candle. But it's looking like IWM. This market, I think, is going to chop, so I don't think there's any sort of trade today. The upsides, you've had the breakout, you've had a nice pullback. I still am bullish. I think the bias is to the upside, but I don't think there's a short here. And I would be careful with longs too, because they could pin us and chop us here. You look at this chop on SPY and we've basically gone nowhere. Yeah, that's a great business too. Exactly. Dom C saying started a pressure washing business. Absolutely. See that anything like there's so many real estate businesses that you can do. Like hard labor, people don't like to do it, but it's honestly where there's money. If you're trying to build up a little nest egg, there you go. Hard work pays off. Yeah. I've done a fair amount of that too in my business. Dirty jobs pay, they do. They do. It's starting to rip even more. Yep, gutter cleanings, eavesdrops, yep. Big business as well. People don't like to work on ladders. If you're able to work on a ladder, absolutely. Done a lot of that too in my days. One of the short-term rental companies well, a couple of the short-term rental properties on the island that I have, I got a quote, and there's these two separate houses on the one property. I got a quote from a company to do eavesdrops cleaning. $14,000. I was like, are you guys insane? I did it myself. But they saw waterfront properties. They're like, oh, we can scam this person quite a bit. Look at NVDA, guys. Absolutely ripping to the upside right now. Strong price action. All right, guys. I am trimming a little bit more of my NVIDIA here. I just sold another half of it. NVIDIA 175 call. I only have 25% of my options left. Here comes the book there from 54 to 253. SPX 4000? Who says SPX is going to 4,000? Oh, Dom. Yeah, you're pretty nuts. I would pray on that. I would pray on an SPX 4000, but you'd probably have the end of the world if it was at 4K. That would be a gift. I mean, I'd sell everything and buy the S&P. SPX 4000? That would be a gift. Look at our NVIDIA calls, guys. Ripping. Holy moly. All right, guys. I'm going to take all my profits on NVIDIA. 174, sorry, 175 calls. Uh, yeah, more likely to see SPX. I'm just trying to calculate that drop. So what are we, 67.22 to 4,000? 40% correction. What are we? GFC 2.0? COVID 2.0? Dot-com bubble 2.0? No, we're not, I don't think we're going to 4K. I'm certainly not trading for 4K. And gosh, any shorts down to 4K, I mean, I'd be taking them long gone. Great trade on Nvidia, guys. Really stunning price action there. Amazing job if you caught that with us. Stunning. Bitcoin's actually looking a little bit better now too. So Mara's trying to push up, guys. Looking pretty decent. BTC maybe has a bit of a bullish 10-minute inverse head and shoulders it is trying to break out of here. I think Mara can probably go back to the green side. See SPY still trying to trend above its prior day high here. Yeah, I think BTC's put in a bit of a bottom though. I think it's a maybe not the bottom, but a good month or two, probably a 2-month bottom, multi-week. See something. So you can see there's still a little bit of a drag on the market from the Qs. Qs are still down, semis are still down, AMD still down 7, Tesla down 1, NVDA still down 4.25. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows out here. You do have the majority of sectors green guys in the market. XLB up 1.31%, communications up 0.84, financials up 0.85, energy down 0.75, industrials up 0.75, XLK Tech down 0.72, staples are up 1.07, real estate up 1, utilities are slightly negative, down 0.37, healthcare ripping, that's the strongest sector of the day, up 1.75, and consumer discretionary up 1.44%. And retail, XRT is just absolutely flying today, guys. Look at retail stocks ahead of Black Friday, ahead of Christmas. What a ripper. Crazy. That's why the Russell 2000 here is so strong. But you've now had a nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge. I would expect a pullback to create a right shoulder if this is going to be a breakout. I wouldn't expect too much more upside left in the tape. Google's still weakening a little bit. Let's look at gold again. Yeah, gold acting well, getting a nice pop here. Silver still slightly negative, but silver could be putting in a bit of a bullish formation. It hasn't broken out yet of the bull formation. The only thing I don't like is that you tried breaking out here and got rejected. So silver's at a critical point here. If it can break out of this inverse head and shoulders on the hourly, it's got quite a bit more upside, but it's still just forming a bit of a wedge formation. So silver could easily sell right back down to the low. 49 would be a buy for a bounce, but it's trying to create a little bit of a bullish pattern, but it needs a little bit more work. If it breaks out of this neckline, yeah, it'll probably run to about 55 again, but definitely some selling there. All right, Google is selling off here a little bit, guys. Guys, your dollar is trying to carve out a bit of a bottom. That could be a bit of a headwind for the market. We'll see what happens here. All right, I'm gonna grab some lunch, guys. Pleasure trading with you. I will be back. As always, I'm watching the screens here. If anything jumps out at me, I'll let you know. I'm not really seeing anything to do right now, as I don't want to overtrade. I've made some nice 3 for 3 trades here, so we'll see. I mean, again, market, give it the benefit of the doubt. Keep your eye on Google, NVDA, and AMD because those are your big stocks making really interesting moves today. But other than that, hopefully you all made some money today, live trading here. And keep your eye on that dollar because that dollar has been weak all morning, but it is trying to firm up as we speak. The next data set that could be market moving is a little bit in your afternoon session. So keep your eye on that 5-year auction. What time is that at? That's at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock you have your 5-year auction. That's really the only thing that I see that could be somewhat of a volatile market event. Obviously, um, if there's any political tape bombs, that's always something you'd be mindful of. But markets are still acting very well, trending strong, higher highs, higher lows. Uh, Bearish failed breakdown turned to a bullish reversal. So market still has potentially upside to the 673 today on SPY. And how we got that pattern and target is basically a 1 minute inverted head and shoulders breakout pattern. All right, so SPY is still acting very strong and firm as we speak. Going for another new high of day. Quick heads up, guys. BTC just gave us our first higher high in the intraday trend. Since we basically closed the market yesterday at this 4 o'clock high, BTC's been in an intraday downtrend. BTC just gave us our first higher high. I would like to see it close on the 10-minute chart, which there's another 4 minutes left in this candle, above this high pivot, but often wicks, you did get a nice 5-minute close. So technically we just printed our first higher high for Bitcoin, and that is a very, very bullish sign in the very short term. It's identifying a little bit of a structural change in the intraday trend, just like what we saw in NVDA. When NVIDIA printed, let's just go here on a smaller time frame. When NVIDIA took out this high here through this consolidation, it's kind of what Bitcoin's trading at, just on a little bit of a larger time frame. Look at NVIDIA since, right? Climbing back to the positive side. So BTC certainly shaping up, showing some liquidity, acting very, very well. I did take a live trading alert. I sent it to the group. We are in $19 SMR calls. Again, we bought basically before this little breakout. So I'm still looking for nuclear stocks to firm up here. I think uranium triggering a breakout out of this high of day is probably going to cause a little bit of chasing and squeezing, shorts to cover. So I think that there's still quite a bit of upside. But look at this Bitcoin chart. Now getting going with force. Absolutely face ripping rally. Rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it. BTC, go, go, go. Send it to the moon. Send it to the moon and the stars. We are flying. Crypto stocks are ripping again. Mara's basically still negative. Bitfarm's still down 1%, but trying to go green. We've had uranium go from red to green. So look at the big gap down. So I'm just going to pull up the two charts, SMR and uranium, right? So we look at structurally what happened today, right? Both stocks gap down. SMR big gap down. It followed price action with uranium here. Gap down. Now look where uranium's made a red to green reversal, now positive on the session. Look where SMR is. So they gap down together, pretty much bottomed at the same time, but SMR is well underperforming uranium right now. So is there a chance that they try to squeeze uranium into the end of the day? There's a big fat chance. This is called an arbitrage opportunity right now, intraday. So I'm in $19 calls. Again, it's risky. The stock's still in a heavy downtrend, but I'm trading the ARB opportunity. I like those setups. Often they yield quite success. The spread's a little wide. I wouldn't be slapping the ask right now. I'd let the spread converge. Again, I was waiting when I entered, I was waiting for the spread to narrow by about 2 cents, and I got a pretty decent fill. But nevertheless, I think that these markets are still, they're getting a little bit lofty intraday, but I mean, wow, look at S&P, well above your first target price. So you fulfilled the 1 minute inverse head and shoulders, and now anything here is just full-fledged squeeze, and we could be looking for a sweep of this high. If SPY was to pierce this high, guys, that would be a sweep zone. That would be a short zone. So a sweep of that high, SPY would be a little bit of a fading opportunity, okay? It would just be a quick scalp short. Look at BTC ripping now. Go, 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 go. Like we're getting a bit of an push here. Power hour pump. Market's still in a very strong uptrend. They did a little bit of a sell program in individual names. I still think a lot of stocks can have a pretty decent close here. I'm quite surprised with how nuclear stocks have been today. SMR, I think this is pretty possibly a double bottom. They kept on shaking the tree on Oklo, but that's breaking out. But uranium pushing into a new high of a day here, so very, very strong reversal in uranium. I still think SMR is going to have a strong close here, but quite surprised that it sold off over the last 50 minutes there. BTC, pretty nasty sell-off from the high there. Again, shaking the tree, bit of a fake breakout, so it seems. Hmm. Strong day for Meta. Meta just keeps grinding and grinding. Beautiful price action for Meta. Good to see. XYZ has been strong all day. That one looks like it's probably going to give us a new high. Tempest AI has been strong pretty much all session. Very tight consolidation range. Molina Healthcare, UNH, let's look at that. Interesting. Again, retail stocks have pretty much held the majority of their gains. Lulu, Nike, VFC. IWM still super strong. Looks like it wants to press higher here as well. Dollar is curling to the downside right now. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think we're going to hit a bear market until 2026. If we were to hit a bear market, it's 2026. Nice push here on SMR, guys. You got some nuclear stocks starting to squeeze higher here. Look at uranium busting out high of day. Oklo breaking out of a bull flag, looking pretty solid, still down 3.9%. S&P looking squeezy into the end of the day. Don's asking, what's your opinion on tomorrow's market? Market's closed for Thanksgiving, so I'd imagine options being sold prior to expiration. Well, usually into big U.S. holidays, they like to keep the market fairly buoyant. But I mean, we've had a strong rally. I mean, look at that. As of today on the SPX, full bull market resumed back above the 20 day. So here's the thing. When you recapture the 20-day on a positive close, that triggers a lot of momentum traders and fund managers to get long the market again. So that's a bullish daily chart signal right into a major holiday. And again, I don't see why this can't continue. You got yield soft, dollar soft, gold soft, nat gas soft, crude oil soft, Bitcoin soft. I mean, All I can say is that this market is freaking strong. Daily chart, still in an uptrend. Weekly chart, still in a raging bull market. This will be a big close for the SPX. Really big close. And then this is what I know so many people that were bearish down here loading up on the shorts. This is literally where I was getting out of all my shorts down here. Buying. And now look, we're basically on point for, we're potentially heading to back to all-time highs here, guys. You know, obviously there's still some levels that we need to get through and close, but we're looking pretty solid. Uranium is squeezing right now. Holy moly. Absolutely squeezing. IWM, new high of day. The Russell still charging. This market is a beast. This market is a beast. Yeah, all uranium nuclear stocks are ripping, spiking. Well, not ripping, but spiking. Uranium. Uranium had a nice breakout intraday there on some decent volume. Look at that last 20 minutes. Triggering now a potential little inverted head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart here. You can see if you technically use this as your neckline, the pattern has now broken out on uranium stocks. Nuclear stocks could be in for that squeezing price action like we've seen Oklo and your SMR do. But if this plays out, we're going to see nuclear stocks rip, 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 rip. We're still squeezing here, uranium land. Look at the Russell too. IWM is a beast. Absolute beast. Squeeze it. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Meta is still trying to squeeze. Look at XYZ. ABC XYZ looking like a new high of day incoming. Go, 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 baby. Rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it. Wow, look at Chipotle. Someone hold my burrito. Chipotle still shaking and moving. Look at that beautiful move on Chipotle. Damn. Crazy. Nice move on to Starbucks. Zoidus. Ooh, lemon still squeezing. Beautiful. NVDA Still down 3.8%, but a nice little bottoming tail on NVIDIA's chart. Let's remove all of that, shall we? But look at that price. This market's squeezing, guys. This market is squeezing. Ooh, one of those days, man. Shorts are getting wrecked here. If NVIDIA now gets through this high, I think 178.60-ish is a no-brainer for at least the end of the day, which obviously if NVIDIA keeps squeezing, we're going to rip here. We are ripping already. I mean, we are ripping. This is some you better not be short because shorts are going to get obliterated here into the close. They are going to pump this market into the close. Really, the only thing that I could see a little bit vulnerable is Google. But you're starting to get NVDA squeezing like a mother. Holy moly. Crazy. That's filthy. How's BTC doing? Yeah, BTC trying to put in a bit of a base here. Back above its pre-market levels. But really it's coming down to NVIDIA, guys. Google softening a little bit. Meta squeezing. Uranium still squeezing. IWM is still squeezing, ladies and gents. It is ripping, that's for sure. Wow. Look at this Russell breaking out to the high side. Very, very strong. Very, very strong. So very strong price action in the tape today, getting a little bit of selling into the close, but overall, fantastic trading session here. 3 for 3 in the live day trading room for us. Nice job. Meta has been remarkable, up 3.76. Crypto, a little bit disappointing price action for BTC. Bitcoin was looking promising, then it got sold off, still bouncing, creating potentially a bit of a W formation, higher low. So there's still some optimism behind it. Uranium had a really strong session today. Webull's tried going positive into the close. Again, your big talking points are retail. Retail stocks absolutely moonshotted today. Nat gas still down 3.5. Crude oil negative. 10 and 2 down sharply. What else? Gold slightly flat, 41.32 spot. All right, guys, that is the market close. Thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully, you're able to take and tail one of our trades to net a nice little profit. But solid session for us here in live trading. We'll see you all tomorrow for Hump Day Wednesday. Take it easy, everybody.